see. There we go. Let's get me a drink set and ready. Let's change this image really quick. There we go. There's my fluffy boy. And now we play. I better turn the volume down now. Sonic Team. Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. Ah! Stop it! Alright. Here we go.
Select a file. エディットしたい項目を選んでくれ。
Select your character.
Hold on, Froggy. I'm coming.
Emerald Coast. So they want me to catch a 1,000-gram fish, huh?
Something's biting!
Come on. Do this big. Come on, we can do this. Come on, so close. Patience. Come on. Easy. It's just a matter of patience, knowing what I'm doing. No. Stop that. It's just like fishing in real life. Come on. Give up. Come on. So close. Little by little. Just like wearing down a fish in real life fishing.
I got a fish.
Yeah! Now I just have to catch Froggy. Ironically, Froggy is not that hard to catch. No, you stop going over there.
Something's biting.
Hi, buddy. Come on over here. He's just kind of stuck at the water surface, and I'm not sure how I managed to do that.
Froggy.
Yeah!
Not too bad.
Not too bad. If I remember correctly, the level A mission is to catch Froggy in a certain time limit. Let's take a quick look, shall we? Ah. Now let's just catch an even bigger fish. Ow! I didn't mean to run straight into you. I bet this shark is a good 2,000 grams.
Something's biting.
Oh, stop your running. Yeah, it's a fighter. Come here, sashimi. Come on. There's gotta be some kind of upgrade that'll boost the endurance of my line. Come on. Oof! That wasn't even a 2,000 gram. Ooh, life! maybe one of these two.
Something's biting!
If nothing else, it'll boost my score and maybe go towards getting me more life. Because Big only has 5 lives. It's not as easy to accumulate lives with Big the Cat.
I got a fish!
That would be a hammerhead. I may regret this, but I'm gonna give it a try. Senor Hammerhead.
Something's biting!
Whoa! Yes, just come swim right at me. Patience. You'd think that being floating on the water like this, Big would just, you know, passively be pulled to the fish while he's reeling. Come here, you. Almost. And... No! What? You gotta be kidding me! Oh, that... I got robbed. Alright, hang on. Okay, so I'm missing a lure, it looks like. Okay. Buy me a bunch of Chao fruit. Three, 4. Five. And 6. Ah, wait, but I have 8 Chao, don't I? Okay. 7. 8. There we go, all good. you drawing there, Sonic? Sonic, of course. That's a cute little whistle there, Big. Okay, so I actually don't know if I got you one of the Chao fruit or not. So I'll get you a regular fruit. Ah. I think I managed to give Laputa 2 Chao fruit instead of giving one of them to Self. Oops. There goes Sheep. Okay. Time to go to the Mystic Ruins and get that last lure upgrade.
The train headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon.
Ah! Meow. Now here's hoping I can actually find this last lure upgrade. Okay, so let's see. Starting at Big's house. We take the second path from the left. This way, maybe? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to talk to you. I look pretty tough. Well, that didn't work. I suppose I'll just have to explore until I happen across it. Hey, Dr. Lethal. I know it's like ridiculously early for a live stream, but I have decided that I'm going to have a morning stream and an afternoon stream. That way I have more time for people to come find my channel and hopefully be able to grow my viewer base. Because we're only like a dozen followers away from affiliate, and well, yeah, that might be normal for you, but you gotta bear in mind, I'm nocturnal. Functioning during daylight hours is not a thing that I do. Right now I'm trying to find the last upgrade for Big's fishing rod. All I really know is that it's somewhere in the Mystic Ruins here. I do hope you do, and if I could speak, it would be fantastic. I do hope that you enjoy hanging out, though, and I do appreciate you being here. I mean, for all I know, he does. And if I could ask for his help in locating it, then I would be greatly appreciative. I'm lost. What's in here? That's not it. Gotta say, I do enjoy the music here. That's not it, that's for Knuckles. But then he wouldn't be spiny, and it just wouldn't be the same. I'm lost! I don't know where to go. Literally, the extent of my knowledge is that this last lure upgrade is somewhere in the Mystic Jungle. How's the sound, by the way? Is the sound okay? I feel like the game might be a little bit on the loud side, but that might just be my headphones. honestly have no idea. Oh, what's this? I found it! Lure power up! Look at that! I finally got the last lure upgrade. I don't think I've ever found that before. I mean, hey! For all we know, Mystic Cave is in the Mystic Jungle. And you're right, it does logistically make sense for the two to be connected in some way. Why is he using his tail to lure in fish? I feel like it should be a rod power-up, not a lure power-up. Because I can catch big fish just even without the power-ups. It's a matter of reeling in the big fish that's the problem. Ugh. Finally.
The train headed for Station Square will be departing soon.
The train headed for Station Square will be departing soon. Honestly, it's probably already haunted. Do you have any idea how many people die playing those games? Like, Sonic himself has died so many times. Like, imagine if every quote-unquote extra life that you can pick up in the games were actually ghosts. Like, I kind of have this headcanon that the quote-unquote extra lives are actually like spirits of past incarnations of our heroes who were defeated in those locations. Whoop! Monkey! Kiki! There we go. Not gonna lie, the Kikis are among my least favorite of the badniks. So annoying! Alright, let's see how well this works now. I love that my lure is now metal. It's so shiny! Fun fact, in Sonic 2 Air, they made a little path to their spring instead of certain death. I'm afraid I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. Yes, I see you, big fish.
Something's biting!
Ooh! Now see, that right there is what I meant. Because I wish there was some kind of upgrade I could get that would ease the tension on the line. Because that right there is the part that makes it so hard to catch fish. Yeah, come here, you. so close. Come on, redfin
I
snapper.
got a fish.
I did catch a fish. It's not the 2,000 gram fish that I need, but I did catch a fish. There's Froggy. More big fish. Hey Virus, good morning. We are definitely having a much earlier stream than I normally would have. I have decided to try having a morning stream and an afternoon stream, and hopefully that will help with attracting people to my channel, because if there's more time for people to find me, then more people should be able to find me.
Something's biting.
Alright, alright. That's far enough. Let me reel. Let me reel. Let me reel in my line! Okay, okay, I gotta focus here. I got this hammerhead to less than a meter last time I tried catching him. He was so close that I could have reached out and grabbed him with my hands, but the line broke. Like, I was literally touching this blasted fish. And for whatever reason, it just wouldn't be caught. So I have a little bit of a vendetta against it. You will be mine, you stupid hammerhead. What does any cat do with fish? He eats them. No, no, no. Patience. Patience, knight. Oh yeah, that actually reminds me. I've decided to call my Nightmarin Lights as kind of a play off of Knights. So we'll have Knights the Nightmarin and Lights the Nightmarin. You can eat sharks too. And I tell you what, he'll be all the more tasty when I finally catch him. Fishing in real life. It requires a lot of patience and you fight the fish. Last time I battled with this guy, I had him up in a dead end sort of area where he couldn't get very far away from me during his little bursts. But like in real life, they can only fight for so long. Technically speaking, since I'm floating on the water, I should have caught him already, as Big would have been pulled to the fish by reeling in. And honestly, I am highly disappointed that this was not implemented in the actual game, because it's kind of ruining the immersion of the game. It's also highly frustrating that I have no way to boost the durability of my line, in spite of having the power-ups that should do that exact thing. But, you know. There was, at one point, I was fighting a fish, and I managed to get it stuck against the surface of the water, so that every time it tried to fight, it actually wouldn't go anywhere. So I never lost my progress reeling it in. But that's harder to do with the bigger fishes. Like the hammerheads. Yes, come to me. Yeah, fishy, 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 fishy! Yeah, fishy, 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 fishy! Hammerhead Gordon? What is that a reference to? I don't think I get it. Yeah, I don't get what you're referencing, I'm afraid. Sorry, Dr. Lethal. Ah, never played Half-Life. Honestly, what is the point of the power-ups? They don't do anything. And that wasn't even the 2,000 gram fish that I need. Well, let me just go get my life back. Ah, that's annoying.
Something's biting.
Come on. Let me reel. Let me reel. Is it just me or is the camera zoomed in really close? It's like impossible to reel in these fish because the line durability is so stupidly low. It's like I have to stop reeling entirely if they start pulling because I can't. I've reeled in one of these guys before. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, hold on. That eel turned into a mecha fish. That's not even fair. Did you see that? I was going for that eel down there and it turned into a mecha fish. Ooh, barred knife jaw. That's a big barred knife jaw, too.
Something's biting.
This one's probably gonna break my line, too. Gosh darn it. Well, maybe not if he keeps swimming at me.
I got a fish.
Got him. Mom. Ow. Stupid Kiki. You know what? I'm just gonna catch Froggy and get out of here.
Something's biting. Froggy. Maybe next time.
don't particularly care. Because there must be some kind of tactic or something that I'm missing. Because without a way to boost the durability of the line, it's like impossible to catch the stronger fish. I think Big would raise a Chao that could swim really well and teach the Chao how to hunt fish. I mean, that's something Big would do, right? If he lives on a diet of fish, his Chao would also likely have a diet of fish. And said Chao would also end up being a power type like Big, just for the pure sake that Big himself is so powerful. You were probably about to start a train of thought and then forgot what you were about to say. Happens to me all the time. Don't feel bad. There you go. Now see, Big is a character that it makes sense that he would be able to shake fruit out of these trees. He's so absurdly powerful and built. Like, can you imagine if Boom Knuckles was built more like Big instead of being shaped like a Dorito on toothpicks? Like, if they had handled Boom Knuckles more like Big, then I could have forgiven it a little bit. But even then, they butchered like all of the characters. Thing is, when Big is like quote unquote shaking them, they barely move. He's so gentle with them. And I love that he has this custom animation specifically for petting the Chao. Belle over here singing by herself. I don't think he would, because Big can actually identify Froggy by his smell, which I imagine is a very distinctly different smell from fish. So chances are he wouldn't ever mistake Froggy for a fish. Although it would be a bit of an interesting confrontation. I can't imagine Froggy would taste good, so it would probably happen once and then never again. think I'm gonna try and get this, the shiny white Chao here to be attached to Big. I don't know why, but it seems right to me. Oh, and promptly asleep. Oh yeah, no, that I could see that happening early in their relationship. When Big wasn't quite as familiar. Oh! I love that Jackal just sat down and did a couple of sit-ups. Maybe I'll have she be Big's Chao instead of the shiny white Chao, because the shiny white Chao is going to be a dark type. And Big is very much not the dark type. Maybe that's why the white Chao fainted. And it occurs to me that neutral swimming type Chao kind of look like Froggy. You know, with the green colors and, you know, the... You could see it, right? Like, imagine something untoward should happen to Froggy. Like, imagine if Big had not been able to rescue Froggy during the adventures, and Froggy died, or something, right? Maybe Big would get, like, really depressed afterwards. So, Cream would probably be the one to give him a Chao to cheer him up, so he would have a new companion, right? And since Chao, when taken good care of, Chao will reincarnate instead of dying, he would never have to worry about losing... He would never have to worry about losing his Froggy 2 again. Actually, he probably wouldn't call the Chao Froggy, since it's not a frog. Oh! There you go, sheep. Oh! Jackal took off. Who's singing? Who's singing? I hear you. Wrecker! Don't get stuck. Oh! She sat down to listen, but she didn't like it. Did you see that? Lappy Tut, you've got a heart of gold. Oh. She really is a supersonic Chao. She's neutral, but she's got a heart of gold. That was precious. But yeah, it's actually a case of Dark Chao can't sing in this game. Well, hold on. I am not going to be having anything of this sort. Leave. Sorry about that. It was nobody. It was just like one of those like mass-produced bots that advertise a website. You could tell by the font it was using. I was like, want to become famous? Buy follows here. And I was like, I'm not gonna be buying followers. First of all, I don't have the money for that, and second, you know, bribing people to come watch my channel it's not genuine. It's kind of gross feeling, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's probably a perfectly legitimate way to build numbers, especially when I'm just starting out. But, you know, again, I really don't have the money for that. I really can see Big, though, having a like this really highly skilled swim type Chao. Like, its primary stat would be swim, obviously, because Big is very much a water cat. Like, he himself is pretty adept at swimming and, you know, fishing in general. So I can see Big having a really well-trained Chao companion. And look at him! He's so gentle with the babies. It's literally like the cutest thing ever. The triangle fruits? I couldn't remember if you did. I don't know. I mean, canonically they do have ages. I think Shadow is the only one who's actually not, you know, I think Shadow is the only one who is actually canonically ageless, and that's because he's half black arms. Look at Self over here working out. Promptly asleep. Big just has a very soothing effect on the Chao, I guess. I mean, I would say that's a compliment, seeing as they feel safe around him, despite him being quite literally several times their size. not hungry? I'm losing track of which ones I have fed and which ones I have not. Wrecker, are you hungry? Oh yeah, Wrecker's hungry. I think they just don't seem to age, like, in-game, because they're, it's like in Pokemon, they never age because the story is focused around them, and you don't... If they were to age, it would give the sense that eventually they'll be too old and you'll have to retire them to move on to the next hero. And you can't very well retire Sonic in his own franchise. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm kind of hungry.
Oh, big. I don't think I've ever heard that dialogue. I don't normally bring Big into the Chao Garden because it's kind of difficult to interact with the Chao with him because of the size difference in the hitboxes. But today I am challenging myself. I am going to attempt to at least get one A rank mission done with Big. Oh, that was close. Dr. Lethal, was it you who was asking me to play Bendy and the Ink Machine on Saturday? I was kind of thinking about playing it after I got warmed up today. Woo! No, Kiki! My rings! Okay. This eel. Ooh, playing hard to get, are ya?
Something's biting.
You're not the one I wanted. Where did you come from? Small fry. Big was saying he was hungry.
I got a fish.
That eel is gone. I need to catch a 2,000 gram fish for this mission. And the mecha fish don't count. Seems like that because of his eyes, because he's a cat. Red snappers. Aha. Eel.
Something's biting.
Not sure entirely why I want Eel, but you know what? I don't think Sonic.exe would be nice to anybody. Ah! It wasn't even a 2,000 pound fish. What are Chao to a being who thinks he's a god? Sonic.exe is a creepypasta who is quite literally evil incarnate. He kills his own friends and literally destroys the environment. You have got to be kidding me. It's impossible. Why? You know what? I bet my game is bugged. It's like I picked up the lures, but they're not actually upgrading my lures. No buts about it, Dr. Lethal. Sonic.exe. No, I do not want the mecha fish. Bad fish. Sonic.exe is just literally evil incarnate.
Something's biting. Froggy. Maybe next time.
Catch a 2,000 gram fish and froggy. Seriously? How am I supposed to do that when my line snaps? I failed the mission because I didn't catch a 2,000 gram fish before catching froggy. Big's missions don't involve catching, you know, within a time limit or collecting a certain number of rings. I have to catch a certain size of fish before completing the level. And apparently, catching the fish I need is literally impossible. So it's a little bit frustrating, as you might guess. Sheep! I got a penguin for you! Come here, sheep. Yeah, creepypastas tend to be like that. Honestly, I think one of my favorite creepypastas was the one about Tailstall. Couldn't tell you exactly why. But what I think I'm actually going to do now is I think I'm going to go ahead and switch gears here. Let's see. Okay. Oh, dadgummit. Hold on a second. Let me just adjust that for a second. Alright, I think we're good. Let's see, where am I at in this first save file? Welcome to the Dark Puddles. Ah, we are right here. Ah, yes. There never was a choice. I forgot how slowly you move in this game.
Alright, how do I get this to work?
How's the sound? Is the sound still okay?
Who put this here? Oh my god. Joey, what were you doing?
My one and only complaint with this game is that you can't move while you've got the seeing tool pulled up. Because, like, I understand why they would want to limit how you use it, otherwise people would just go around with the seeing tool pulled up, like, permanently. started up the ink machine. Oh. It's like I've heard and I love so many Bendy and the Ink Machine songs, so it's like I'll start one, but then the lyrics from another song will cross my mind and I get distracted and forget the rest of whatever song I started singing. Because there's so many good ones. I love Bendy and the Ink Machine. The illusion of living was only the beginning. Signed with blood or even ink. Pretty soon we'll all be part of this machine. Goodness, the camera is so weird.
Hey, here's my old desk. I wasted so much time in this chair.
I love that it looks like Bendy was originally going to be a cat. Like, he's got these cute little ears, and he's got like these tabby stripes on his back. Of course, that could also just be like markings to kind of keep track of the proportions of his body, like where his body would like flex between the chest, midsection, and the hips. But I like to think that the original
Looks like you're not that
concept he was
involved
going to be a
after I
cat.
left. Guess it took a few people to replace
Like
me.
Felix. You cheeky little devil darling. I actually think the no on that concept was a kind of Joey saying, like, rejecting that specific drawing because the mouth was too small. It was just that cute little, nice and innocent, oh, it's okay, Bendy, you're perfect. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I love your cute smile. But yeah, because Joey wanted the nice broad toothy grin that's plastered literally everywhere in the studio. No, you're not hard to... Don't let Dr. Lethal fool you. That small cute little mouth of yours wouldn't be hard to animate. It would just take practice. See, look, cause you've got this cute little mouth right here in this picture too. You're fine, Bendy. Don't you let anybody tell you there's anything wrong with you, because there's not. Is it weird that Bendy seems to be like responding to our conversation? Cause I love it. I love this game so much. Aw, and you love it. God, I wish I could give you a hug. You look like you're asking for a hug. I wish I could. He's so cute. He's literally listening and responding to me talking. I love this game. Oh, I love this game. It's supposed to be a horror game. And maybe it's just because I've played it so many times that I know what to expect and it just doesn't scare me anymore. Because I definitely remember that this game spooked me quite a bit early on. But you know, not so much anymore. Oh, he's so happy. Look at him! This precious bean! He's so cute. I love him. Oh? What's this? Ah! Hold on. I will have to check out this clip at another time. I love you, Bendy. I don't think Joey did any of the animations, so yeah, it would be really hard for him. But I don't think it's so much as the fact that he couldn't as well, here's a theory. What if the big twisted Bendy was created first, like in this one, but when the perfect Bendy came out, the scary Bendy kept him hidden to protect him from Joey Drew, because the twisted one knew that the perfect Bendy would be used and abused by Joey, and it would all go wrong for him. So they kept the perfect Bendy hidden for their safety. And nobody else ever knew about it. That's what I like to think. Because Joey drew nothings! Because I really don't think that the Bendy in this game is evil like everything in the game is trying to tell you. Yeah, he's big, he's scary, and he'll drag you through the ink. But here's the thing. Every time you get dragged into the ink, something brings you back. And not as a lost one. Oh, that's right. I don't have the record yet. Okay. I keep hitting the jump button instead of the action button. That's why I keep like randomly hopping. But yeah, like I genuinely think that Bendy is not evil. He's just scared and more than likely confused, listening and always watching. Like, I honestly don't know what Bendy wants. It's entirely possible that Bendy doesn't know either. But while, yes, he will chase you down and he'll make, like, these, what appear to be threat displays, he'll drag you into the ink, but something always brings you back. And when you get brought back, you're always placed at a Bendy statue. And something I noticed about the Bendy statues is that they're always pretty far out of the way, right? The Bendy statues are never just like out in the open. So I kind of have this theory that maybe the reason Bendy I feel like Bendy is the one taking you back out of the ink without turning you into one of the lost ones. And the reason he would bring you to the Bendy statues is because they're not in big open areas, which would be dangerous, because in the big open areas, Alice can see you. Right? Maybe Bendy is trying to protect you in the only way that he really can. Hi, little double darling. What was the one that I'm missing now? Oh, right. It was the gear. I know where the gear is. That's back this way. Yeah, because like if he leaves you at the Bendy statues, then not only does he have an idea of where you are, he knows that you're out of the way there.
Okay,
Because like the Butcher Gang don't generally go near the Bendy statues either. So it's kind of a out of the way place that you're not likely to be found by anything else. And Bendy himself doesn't actually attack anyone. Like, yeah, his presence alone is lethal to, like, the Butcher Gang, but it's not like he's actively looking for them and trying to grab them.
Should be a switch around here somewhere.
It's just that his presence is so much stronger than theirs that they can't stand the weight of his aura. But the thing is, I've actually got this theory that the reason he stops chasing you when you go into the angel stations isn't because he can't see you anymore. It's not that he doesn't know you're there. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. He saves you from the projectionist. But here's the thing. He looks directly into that window at Henry afterwards. He knows Henry is in that angel station. So I think that maybe, just maybe, he always knew about Henry hiding in the angel stations. Maybe he's always been able to see into the angel stations, but he doesn't attack you once you're in them because he knows you're safe from all the other threats once you're in the angel station. He lets you stay there because he recognizes the angel stations as safe places for you.
What the heck is this?
Well, it's not that she can't access them, it's the fact that while she... Oh, she probably can. The angel stations were probably something that she set up for herself. But once you are down to that level, and she like recruits you or whatever, she stays in her little hideaway, and Bendy knows that. Bendy would know that she stays in her little shelter once she's got you doing tasks for her. So knowing that Alice is far away from literally any other location, he feels comfortable letting you stay in the angel stations because Alice is the only other viable threat to you at that point, and she has locked herself away. Hi, Bendy. That's the wrong button. The quote-unquote sprint does not sprint. Not gonna lie, I have considered making a comic about my fanfiction. I do have one, it's rather extensive. I've been kind of hesitant about, doing anything public with my AU, though, because it involves crossing over with... Yeah, I do actually have my own fanfiction. Honestly, it's one of the fanfictions I'm more proud of because I cross over with other games and such that involve the tunes, such as Epic Mickey, right? And Cuphead even. And I'm pretty sure I've tied things in all together in a way that makes sense. I'm really happy with it.
This will definitely come in handy.
I mean... You know what? I tell you what. Once we have completed a full run-through of Bendy and the Ink Machine, I'll do a dramatic reading of part of my Bendy fanfiction. How's that sound? I'll even try to do voice acting. I'm not gonna be good at it, but I'll try.
What happened? Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Press on. See if I can find a way out.
What, my fanfiction? No, I haven't really been able to close it, I guess is the right term. Because in order to really complete and to complete the story, I have to know how the cycle is broken, you know? Like, the Bendy and the Ink Machine is a time loop. So technically, it's endless until some way to break the cycle is revealed. And that's not going to happen until the second game. So I'm kind of waiting for the Dark Revival before attempting to actually, like... No, it's not never ending. Currently, my fanfiction goes through one cycle and then it starts again and they're going through the studio again, but things are different because my self-insert character has managed to change things in a way that has altered the path that they take, so to speak. Like, she does things that linger across the time loop. Kind of like how in Undertale, certain things you do have an effect on the next timeline.
He appears from the shadows to rain his sweet blessings upon me. The figure of ink that shines in the darkness. I see you, my savior. I pray you hear me. Those old songs, yes, I still sing them.
What do you mean?
For I know you are coming to save me, and I will be swept into your final loving embrace. But
Oh!
love requires sacrifice.
Not wandering, it's wandering. Although you may actually be right. But the sign is the wandering sins bendies is wandering with an A, as in like wandering around. And they do in my fanfiction. There is a point where Henry ends up in an area that isn't accessible in the game, So I guess technically yes.
Go. Need to get power to this gate somehow. Should be a couple switches nearby. Then maybe I can open it.
You know how when in chapter 3 on level 9 there's an area off to the side of the elevator where there's a Bendy statue? Oh! Hey, try everything. Welcome to the dream. I hope you enjoy. We are currently playing through, well, Bendy and the Ink Machine. And I'm gonna try to get through, at the very least, most of the game. I don't know if I'll be able to get through the entire thing, but I will try. Where is the third switch? Was that? Oh, I'm blind. That doesn't bode well for later. Alright. Let's see how I manage to break the game this time. I wonder how aggravated Bendy's gonna be with me this time around. It seems like sometimes when I play, he's not that active, and other times he just like won't give me a break.
Looks like the stairwell's flooded. If I'm gonna get out of here, I need to find a way to drain it.
Okay, let's see. Blurp. We search but never see. We've lost identity. Dark thoughts flood empty dreams. Blot out our memories. Spawning invincibility. Ah, it gets me every time. Oh, yeah, no, I don't typically write fanfictions in which I ship myself with a character. Usually, I just, like, do world-building kinds of fanfictions, in which I do quite often insert myself into the story, but it's usually not, like, for shipping myself with any of the characters. Although, that being said, I do tend to have my character develop close friendships with the characters, but it's kind of left as friendship and not like a romantic ship.
So I go to get my dustpan from the hall closet the other day, and guess what? I can't find my stupid...
I'm not really comfortable with shipping myself or my OCs with canon characters. It feels awkward, because if I know that if those characters were real, they would probably more likely than not be not interested in having that sort of relationship with me. So, you know, I leave it with being friends, and, you know, if by chance they happen to come to life and then I meet them and they choose to take it further than that, hey, that's on them. But I'm not gonna try to, like, shoehorn myself into their lives. Are you a clone of Boris? Aha. No? I admit I am both relieved and slightly disappointed by this. Because it would be interesting if a story was written from the perspective of a Boris clone that was killed and then brought back to life through extenuating circumstance.
Every artistic person needs a sanctuary.
Banjo, banjo, bass,
True as
piano.
it is, and I've got mine.
Interesting.
To enter, you need only know my name.
Nice. I do appreciate that they play part of one of the animations on the projector during that sequence. Alright, let's see, banjo, bass, and then piano. Ta-da! Man, I remember the first time I saw this scene, I was spooked and I really didn't want to step on this pentagram. Or bendigram? I can't really call it a pentagram because it's not a 5-point star, it's a bendigram, I guess. Sing a happy song, whistle a merry tune, wait for his arrival, he's coming very soon. I mean, there's no reason there can't be multiple bendies. I mean, you've seen how many Boris there are. There's even multiple Alice and endless supplies of searchers. So having, in this particular scenario, character clones isn't all that bad. I see you back here. Be gone. It's kind of sad when the common enemy, they're basically Goombas. Oh yeah, that's right, over here.
Oh no, there's no valve. Where did it go?
Hello, Sammy.
Is that thing holding my valve?
Well, depending on how you handle them. Because if you handle them smartly, you can chain together a wombo combo that just completely annihilates a lot of them. I've done that before. Heck, I've even had moments where I managed to hit 2 searchers at once. I kind of feel bad for them, honestly. They're just kind of the Goombas of this game. I mean, we all have our moments, let's be honest. I'm not good at gaming. Just occasionally, I have surprisingly good luck.
Sorry I had to do that. Nice hat though.
I don't sing with psychos. Well, yeah. A psycho teddy. What with like the boss Bendy? Or Beast Bendy as he is called? actually discovered a trick for fighting him. During the maze-like section, if you hug the walls, he can't touch you because he just rush by and he doesn't like try to reach out and grab you. You just have to be careful on the corners because whenever you're like passing like a door frame or an archway, it'll stick you out a little bit and he might clip you with his elbow. But then in the fight where you have to get him to run into the 4 pillars, it's actually surprisingly easy. They have sent you a letter to come back home to play, but to your dismay, this isn't your day, where the happy fun time has begun to fade. Watch as we reanimate our corpses you've abandoned, we're dismantled, mishandled, but we won't be skipped and swayed.
There we go now, nice and tight. We wouldn't want
I love that they actually went through and animated Sammy here. It's fantastic.
I must admit, I am honored you came all the way down here to visit me. It almost makes what I'm about to do seem cruel. But the believers must honor their savior. I must have him notice me. Wait.
Yeah, dude, Sammy is rich.
That face. Not now, for our Lord is calling to us, my little sheep. The time of sacrifice is at hand. And then I will finally be free.
Also, I just want to point out while he's right here in front of us that the mouth on his mask, the opening that he poked through it, is shaped more like the small mouth on the picture on Henry's desk that had the little note that said no on it.
Crawling. Let us begin. The ritual must be completed. Soon he will hear me. He will set us free.
And Sammy's tall! Look at him! His head like clips the top of the door frame. I don't think he faked his death, to be perfectly honest. I think he actually was attacked by the ink demon and then drug through the ink. And while that didn't kill him because he's one of the lost ones and he respawns, but... But like, if you watch under the door here. Yeah, he did. He got slayed. Ink machine. Let's see. Ta-da. Yeah, Bendy is like, how dare you attack my creator? I'm trying to keep this guy safe. What are you doing, man? I love it.
Hello? Someone there? I know you're in here. Come out and show yourself.
But like, let's be honest. There's really no reason why Henry should be able to survive this trip. And the fact that he's been doing this for Who even knows how many timelines? Yeah. I was like, Bendy doesn't really know how to interact with humans because he's never really been given that opportunity, right? It's like he was created and then immediately rejected for being off-model and being scary. He was called a monster and they locked him away. So he doesn't know how to interact with humans in a way that, you know, we can understand. But I genuinely feel like he's not the villain here. He's not a monster or some evil devil demon, whatever.
Or you're holding it hostage until I make you something.
He's not a malicious
I
presence.
thought so. Let's see what we got.
And I genuinely hope that we can see him, you know, be redeemed and become an ally in the Dark Revival. That would be sick.
That should be enough.
And like, yo, just imagine if, like, what if the Dark Revival has branching pathways and multiple endings you can get depending on your choices that you make. Like, maybe there's an ending where Bendy falls deeper into corruption and you end up having to destroy him. And in another ending, you're able to save Bendy and he becomes, you know, he's perfected, he's fixed, and he becomes your friend and you're able to escape with Bendy. That would be amazing. I would love that. Yeah. Get back in the safe house. What are you doing?
Looks like it's really dark up ahead. Let's find some light. Don't be scared, boys. Keep the light near you so you don't get lost.
Borkus.
Did you hear that? Yeah, me either.
I'm honestly, I am somewhat mystified as to the whole thing about Borkus.
Another dead end. I don't see any other way through. You got any ideas for us?
And then, of course, there's also the projectionists. Honestly, I'm convinced there's more than one. Well, yeah, I know that. I know the origin story behind why they implemented Borkus. But I was like, I'm curious as to the in-game lore. You know, the in the world of Bendy and the Ink Machine. What's the deal with him? You know?
I don't remember any of this.
Also, I want to point out something interesting about this scene right here. You see the halo, right? On this side, it's not glowing. Whoop. But it's like, you see the halo, right? It's all splattered with ink on this side over the heavenly toys, indicating the quote-unquote heavenly part of the studio has been corrupted. But then if you come around to the back over here, on this side, where the halo is over Bendy's head, the halo is clean and glowing. And Bendy is clean. I feel like this is hinting that Bendy is actually a good guy. You know? I feel like nobody notices this, but it's in plain sight. Bendy's no devil. I don't care what anybody says, he's not. Just because someone calls you a devil doesn't mean you actually are one.
Why is there always something blocking the door? Gotta be a way through.
I'm gonna see if I can't get the Tommy gun. It's not gonna be easy, depending on how aggravated I manage to get Bendy. Yeah, there's gonna be quite the upset in the fandom if we're not able to rescue our little devil darling. Alice I'm a little bit less emotionally attached to, but in my fanfiction, things are a little bit more complicated with Bendy. Because I have a little bit of a theory as to the true nature of what's going on with the ink demon. Because here's the thing. Alice Angel here, or Susie Angel, as I like to call her, is both Alice and Susie, right? She's got a split personality thing going on. I believe that she is actually literally both Susie and Alice in one body. Hence why she's got that strange duality between malice and benevolence. Still not touching the angel path. But I actually have a theory that maybe they're all like that. Susie Angel, Bendy, even Sammy. What if they're all trapped in behind these characters, right? In Susie's case, Susie is the dominant personality, whereas while Alice is there, she doesn't have control over what's going on. Susie makes her do things.
You scare me to death.
Whereas in the case of Bendy and Sammy, the persona that the ink machine gave them is in control. For Sammy's case, it's the prophet in control, while Sammy himself is kind of drowned out in the back.
We need to throw two levers at once.
And the same with Bendy.
I'll find the other.
Instead of the tune being in control, the ink demon is in control. also the whole lewd game characters and fictional characters being a thing. That's just, you know, stereotyping. It's gonna happen whether it's necessary or not. Oh yeah, and this entire hallway over here is part of my big theory. It's part of why I think that if I could speak, it would be great. It's part of why I think that Bendy has always been able to see into the angel stations, because he ripped this one open. What can I say? People are weird. I find it really hard to ship anybody with anybody in Bendy and the Ink Machine, just because it is a very grim kind of story. Not a whole lot of room for romance. About the only characters that I can ship comfortably is Tom and Allison. Hi, Mia! Welcome to the stream, and good morning. Hope you enjoy the dream. I am not entirely awake. It is exceedingly early for me, but, you know, I'm sticking it out, and I'm going to start having a morning stream and an afternoon stream regularly. It's going to be difficult to adjust, and more often than not, I will likely be half asleep during the morning streams, so please bear with me, and I hope you enjoy it regardless. Also, Dr. Lethal, I apologize that you have had to see that side of the fandom. I promise I'm not like that. I tend to make more action-oriented stories. Well, yeah, there might be some romance involved. It's typically more oriented towards, like, fluff. Because you gotta love fluff every now and again. Oh yeah, Dr. Lethal, this is the area that I was referring to earlier. Is, you know how there's a door over down that hallway? There's a door that stays locked the entire thing. Oh yeah, no, I know that exists. The afternoon stream will probably be more Sonic Adventure. Or maybe Sonic Forces. It'll be a Sonic game this afternoon. But Dr. Lethal had expressed interest in seeing me play Bendy and the Ink Machine, so I'm playing some Bendy and the Ink Machine this morning. And rambling on about my headcanons and theories.
It took so many of them to make me so beautiful. Anything less than perfect was left behind.
Yeah, what does that say about you, honey?
All I had to do. She made me.
And there's her coffin right over there. I tend to see Henry and Bendy having more like a parent-child relationship, or maybe even grandparent and grandchild relationship. This is still like one of my favorite things in this game. Blah 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 blah.
The choices of the beautiful are unbearable.
Oh, I love this game, Mia.
Take this little freak, for instance.
The funny thing is, this game is supposed to be a horror game.
Drilling his tainted ink to my
And
door.
on your first playthrough, it actually is really spooky. The atmosphere gets to you. It's an entirely different experience between watching someone else play it and playing it yourself.
Well, voices. Bits of your mind swimming like fish in a bowl.
Henry's like, if this glass wasn't in my way, I would knock your head off.
Pussy. Shapeless slug. The second time.
It made me an angel.
And yes, I agree, Mia. I also love the character designs.
So almost perfect. Yes, I was.
About the only design that I'm not particularly fond of is the Beast Bendy. Just because Beast Bendy skipped leg day, and that's honestly, it kind of disarms the threatening aura that it should give off.
Return to the lift.
They missed a perfectly good opportunity to make Bendy into a quadruped beast that would have been actually terrifying. Why the barrel? What's wrong with the barrel? Oh, you think she's cool. Okay. How did Henry get over there to write this? Is one of the biggest questions I still have. Barrels! Sorry, I've been holding that in ever since I read the first barrels. Ah, that felt good. Oh man, I miss those. That was probably really loud, and I apologize for potentially blowing out your ears. It had to be done.
My machines are hungry.
Yeah.
Gather me some spare parts.
I am machine, I never sleep, I keep my eyes wide open. I am machine, I never sleep until I fix what's broken. I am machine, I never sleep.
Be open for too long, and he will find you.
I botched the lyrics on that, didn't I? Dadgummit. It's hard to focus on lyrics when, you know, other words are going on. Oh! Hello! Welcome to the dream. I hope you enjoy, and please bear with me. I am still trying to get back into the swing. the devil's swing. It's been a long time since I played this game. Hi, Mike. Thank you for the follow, it means a lot. I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen Bendy yet. Hello. You really wound up for that one, you jerk.
One down. Nothing in here.
I just realized that Bendy is stuck in the cobwebs. Oh my days. Oh no. How strong are those cobwebs to hold up that plush? Or is it a balloon? Oh no. Also, can we just appreciate the fact that Henry has no trouble sticking his hand into moving machinery?
That should be plenty.
Return them to me.
And
Try not to die on the way back. The cutest little angel sent from above, and I know just how to swing. I've actually glitched the game before where Bendy spawned twice in this room. Like, he spawned over here, walked around, despawned over there, and then instantly respawned on this end again. Like, he respawned, in the same room so fast that the shadowy aura didn't disappear, and meanwhile I was stuck in the angel station over there in the corner. I have broken this game so many times. I've even managed to break it so bad that Bendy would not despawn. And I have video proof on my YouTube channel if you guys want to go check that out whenever you get a chance, or if you know, if I could speak, it would be great. I have a habit of breaking my games. For whatever reason, every game I play will be broken in some way. And it's not something I do intentionally, but it's just my luck. I got that lucky habit. What you thinking about, Henry?
And yet, it's the perfect thing for keeping myself together. If you're gonna catch them, you'll have to learn to move quietly. Come back to my door.
Lucky
I have something
Rabbit.
I need.
That's Lucky Oswald Rabbit. Nicest rabbit that you'll ever see. Lucky habit. That Lucky Oswald habit. If you want it, here's what you must do. Reading, writing, arithmetic will often make you feel so sick, but if you do your studies quick. Level 11, okay. Whoop, I hit the jump button instead of the action again. Whoops! In a way, I guess. Let me see, will it let me cheese it like I like to do? Yup. It is literally the only way to handle a barley safely with this stupid needle. Ow. How did you... How are you hitting me? Jerk. There's a secret mission message you can trigger over here if you play the instruments in a certain order, but I'm not going to attempt to risk it. Oh, that was reflex. Boris! No, 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 no. I apologize. I'm just gonna hide back here. Okay, Dr. Lethal, chill with the whole fan fiction thing. All fandoms have their kinks. You just have to choose to ignore those parts of the fandom. Should I make a run for the Angel Station? That's a long foreboding hallway. I'm going for it. I just poked it. Okay, we made it to the Angel Station. Oop. Let me in, let me in, let me in! Ugh. Poor skinny boy needs a cake. He needs some meat on them bones. He could also probably use a splint for that ankle. Poor guy. I love Bendy. I actually genuinely like this design for him, even though I feel really bad for him because he's obviously in a... I was talking, thank you. Ack. About gave me a heart attack. I mean, have you seen them ribs? Yeah, his ribs are very clearly broken and disjointed. He's got spines sticking up from his back quite vividly. I'm gonna actually come in here and take a quick sit in this angel station. Oh, my heart's still pounding. But yeah, the Twisted Bendy has... I've gotten several good close looks at him, believe me. You can see, like, the individual spines in his vertebrae that stick up from his back because he's hunched forward because his ribs are all broken and disjointed. He's got a cavity in the front of his chest. So now comes the spooky part, is I've got to go back down that hallway where he can spawn right out of the wall and just yoink my neck straight off my feet. It's kind of spooky. And there is no sneak option. I'm going for it! Boris, hold the door! Boris, hold the door! For once you didn't abandon me. Thank you, Boris.
She was perfect. No matter what Joey says.
My theory in regards to Bendy is that they had used... I feel like Joey had used a sacrifice to create that Bendy like he did with all the other ones, but the person that he sacrificed was dead before the sacrifice ritual that created Bendy. So it didn't work properly. The bones didn't hold themselves in place, and he ended up being deformed. Yes, and the infamous plunger. I don't get why people, like, freak out over the plunger. Honestly, to me, it makes sense. Because, like, these energy cores that she has me collecting now are active with live electricity, right? So if I were to try and collect them with my bare hands, obviously I would take pretty serious damage. That was loud. Yeah, poor Bendy. He's been through such a mess. According to the book, he had his hand chopped off at one point, which is why he's missing one of the gloves. Because, like, if I remember correctly, at whenever he was created, he initially didn't have the gloves, but then another character chopped off one of his arms, and it was regenerated from the ink. But since it was regenerated fully from the ink without human interference, it was virus. No. I mean, you're not wrong. We're either bubbly, cheerful, and carefree, or we're like getting dark and gritty with talking about like war and the apocalypse. It's in my name, okay? It's either night or light. Either dark or bright. There is no in between, apparently. Ow. Whew. Yep, I knew that was gonna come. Hi, Bendy. Look at your spines. Oh, my poor dude. So I discovered something interesting about this particular level, is that one of the rooms you're in, one of the rooms you can stand in and you can watch him go by and he won't see you because he can't see through glass. So I have this theory that he sees by thermal vision, so to speak, kind of like snakes. Like this room in here. If he spawns, I am perfectly safe just standing in here. He'll walk by and he won't notice me at all. There we go. Like, those sparks that jump out at me, those are why the plunger makes sense for this. Because the rubber head of the plunger would be able to pull the core out of the machine without electrocuting me. So I don't get why people think it's such a stupid item for me to have for this task. Because to me it makes perfectly valid sense. Obviously, Alice wants me to remain useful and not die of electrocution, so she's going to give me something that's going to protect me relatively against the electricity. And I actually kind of want to trigger Bendy again so that we can watch him go by. Also, I still don't know what this weird texture is. Thought I heard a heartbeat and it was about to make me rather spooked. But yeah, like, this is one of the mysteries of this level that I've never been able to figure out, is this texture. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. I want to say that somehow the glass is like rendering the floor clear and I'm seeing down into a lower level or something. But it's just kind of... Hi, Seeing Bendy! Why is that a link? I don't know, it's like that. Sometimes words just kind of click together to form a link to nothing. That's weird. I break a lot of things, and I don't exactly know why. I guess that's what happened when dreams live in reality. It just kind of breaks physics. But yeah, like this room right here, this is how I got to be able to get a good look at Bendy, because I can stand right here and watch him go, aha, yes, here we go. See, he can't see me through the glass. Look at those ribs, oh my guy. And your spine. Those hips though. Dude very clearly has a skeleton. I would, but I'm kind of scared that he would forcibly dualize with me, and I'm not entirely sure what that would do. Bendy is honestly the part about him that makes me nervous is the fact that he's so unpredictable. Ow. Bug off. Now he can spawn directly in this room, so I have to be careful and ready to bolt. Okay, it opened it twice.
The efficient little errand boy.
If I saw him at the chiropractor, I would probably be a lot more calm about approaching him. Because assuming that he's sitting there waiting in line for an appointment to the chiropractor, that would imply that he's intelligent enough to be able to interact with people safely. And I would feel a lot more comfortable with, actually, going up and talking to him. Sorry about the delayed answer, Dr. Lethal. It's not scary, but it is a stressful game because I don't want to die. I promise, I'm not ignoring you. It's just that sometimes I have to focus on the game because like I said, I do not enjoy dying. And seeing as this game is intended to be a horror game, it does a remarkably good job of getting your heart racing, whether it's out of fear or just, anticipation. Well, either Bendy has money or Henry is paying for it. Because I like to think that if Bendy makes it out of here, it's because Henry rescued him and took him in and their family, because that's how I see Henry and Bendy being in their relationship, is their family. Henry is Bendy's dad. I'm not sure how to make of the fact that he spawned when I said that. It's not an insult, I promise, Bendy. Henry's a good guy and you're a good demon. Nothing will convince me otherwise. I love you. And with that, he leaves. I love Bendy so much. He's so cool. He's so powerful. I don't think it was that he disliked... I don't think he was mad about me saying it. I think it was more of like, yeah, he's my dad, what of it? You got a problem with that? Why were you up? Okay.
There was a time people knew my name. It's Alice Angel, they'd say. Feels like so long ago. But those days can come back. Dreams come true.
Well, the thing about Joey is that he's not in the studio. You only see Joey when you finish the loop and then you go back and he sends you right back into the loop. So if you were to kill Joey when you see him, that would just be the end. You would never go back into the studio, and thus Henry and Bendy and Tom and all of those things, they wouldn't just appear outside the studio. Of course, then again, for all we know, the whole scene taking place in Joey's house or apartment, whatever, that could just be a memory that, like a flashback that Henry has during the transition from the end of the time loop back to the start. It might not even be real. That's just it. We don't know. It's kind of left up to interpretation. I mean, at that point, it's not even game logic, it's toon logic, really. Yeah. I'm not gonna risk the idea that he might be able to come through the bars. Sorry, Bendy. He can't see through glass, but he can see through bars. I forgot that he can see me through the doors now. Early on, back when like Chapter 3 first came out, he couldn't see you through the elevator doors. So if you closed the elevator doors, it would be like being in an angel's... What was that, Bob? Am I still hearing the heartbeat? Is he coming down the stairs? I'm kind of scared to go back up there on the chance that I go up there and the gates open and he just like comes in. Well, you know what? If I die, I die. If I'm gonna die, I would prefer to die to Bendy over one of the Butcher Gang. Okay. This is easily one of the most stressful missions because Bendy can literally spawn out of the walls, like right next to me with no warning. And it's like the moment he appears, if I'm within his range of awareness, he'll lunge at me even before he's fully spawned into the world. So like if he pops through, if he appears in the wall directly next to me, I just die instantly. He doesn't even like step into the room at that point. He just reaches out of the wall and grabs me. So, needless to say, I get nervous during this part. I'm gonna just go ahead. Boris! Blech. Okay. I think I did it again. I made you believe we're more than just friends. There he is! I knew he was coming! Honey, just, you're not eating enough. Let's see if he's gonna double spawn like he did last time I played. I don't even remember if it was actually the last time I played that he did that, but I do still have video proof, though, of that happening. So if you guys want to see me really break the game, go check out my YouTube channel. There are times when I got him stuck in a door and I had to let him catch me to set him free. I had to save Bendy because he was literally stuck. Probably not in this game, but he might be able to in the Dark Revival. And oof, this is another hallway that is kind of scary to go through, because he can, I'm not entirely sure where exactly he spawns. I once got him stuck where he was patrolling this hallway, just going back and forth, and he literally would not despawn. Yeah, and the funny thing is, the door he was stuck at, he wasn't supposed to go there. Like, his normal patrol routes don't go to that door, so I have no idea how he got there. Ugh. I thought you were Bendy and I nearly died. Okay, I'm gonna step back. Ah, dude, so many searchers. Yeah! It's like, well, not on tape, I guess, but, I actually have recorded, and I did a few Let's Plays of Benny in the Ink Machine, and what would happen is, whenever, because I started whenever Chapter 2 came out, and then whenever a new chapter would come out, and I would have to replay through the entire game. So I would record it and put it up on YouTube before I started Twitch. So I have video evidence of these breaks that I did. I even managed to break the autosave. I broke this game so much, and weird things would happen. Bodies would bug out and ragdoll, and it was fun times. And that's probably half of why this game doesn't scare me anymore, aside from just the sheer fact of I've played it so much. There was even a point where it's like, I came out through this door, and I was going out this way, not realizing that Bendy had spawned on the other end and was coming towards me, because I couldn't see him through, like, the fog. Please, speaking of Bendy, please don't spawn here. Okay. Honestly, Bendy doesn't scare me, but it is still very startling. And... aha! Just speaking of... I don't watch JoJo, so I wouldn't be able to do that. I apologize. One thing that you have to know about me, and it's probably gonna be highly disappointing, is that I don't do memes. Not because I don't want to, but just because I don't know memes. I'm not a meme lord, so when it comes to memes, I don't know anything. And I apologize. Oh, so you are approaching me. It's like, I'm familiar enough with memes to recognize some of them, but I wouldn't be able to recreate any. Oh yeah, fun fact. This bendy cutout does not count. So, I spare you. I don't like chopping the bendy cutouts. I don't like hurting Bendy in the first place. The reason that one is optional is because... The reason that one doesn't count is because if you take the angel path, you can't access that cutout anymore. Because the devil's path would close and lock, and you wouldn't be able to get to it. So if that cutout was required for the mission, it would hard lock the game, and you wouldn't be able to continue. Because you wouldn't be able to reach that cutout. So it's completely irrelevant to this mission. It doesn't matter. It doesn't count. And that was how they bypassed that, that sort of lock. Oh, you... bug off. Sorry. Sorry. Apologies. Condolences. This is not of my will. Don't give me a heart attack. The searchers keep jump scaring me because I'm anticipating Bendy coming after me, and it's... Ugh. Well, I mean, the Tommy gun is on the difficult side in the first place. What's this? I missed a cutout somewhere? I didn't mean to come back out. Let me in. Let me in. Yeesh. Level K, Heavenly Toys, Beware the Ink Demon. Where did I miss these 4 cutouts? I'm sorry? I thought I got them all. Are confusion? Huh. Part of me wants to wait in here until he spawns and then despawns again. Just to kind of be on the safe side and be able to know that I have the time to kind of check around and then get out of the spawn area. I could have sworn I chopped all the cutouts on the way here. What ones did I miss? I know I got the one by the elevator. I got the ones at like the little toy room. Well, I haven't gotten him to spawn in an angel station, but I have managed to get him to snatch me out of an angel station before. It was actually this angel station, now that I think about it. I was in the angel station, and he spawned up there at the top of the stairs, right? And I'm waiting, I watch him come sauntering to... Hi! Please don't do that again, by the way. I would rather not die right here. But like, he spawned at the top of the stairs, and I watched him come all the way down. And then when he got to this area at the end of the rail, right in front of me, he suddenly leaps into attack stance, and he yells at me, and then he swings out an arm, and I die. Even though I was in the Angel Station. Hi. I love you, Bendy. Gosh, you're so cool. The fact that you can still function in this condition, my guy. He's so cool. Yeah, it actually was a glitch that would happen from time to time where you would go into the Angel Station, but your hitbox would still be outside. But for some reason, Bendy wouldn't be able to spot you until he was like right up on top of the hitbox. Goodness, he's so cool. I love him. Are there Bendy cutouts all around here? No. No. These have all been smashed. Much to my dismay. The gospel of dismay. The gospel of dismay! Let's see. Where are these 4 missing cutouts? I legitimately don't know. Did I bug my game and like chop 4 cutouts that didn't count and now I can't finish it? Because I got this one. I don't want to hit this one because it's not required. I might have to though. Well, there's one that I just blatantly walked past. I don't feel safe. Sing a happy song, whistle a merry tune, wait for his arrival, he's coming very soon. This is one of those games that I get oddly musical whenever I'm playing. Probably because I get stressed, and it's one of my ways of dealing with stress is just like either babbling, rambling, or just like randomly singing. I don't know why, it's just kind of one of those things that helps me, you know, let out some of the energy rather than just like having my heart beat its way through my ribs. I'm not entirely sure exactly where you spawn down here. Please do not. Okay. We do. Okay, so I got that one. This was not here before, was it? Did these just like not spawn on my initial walk through this place, or did I just like miss them entirely? I am blind. Yes, Bendy, apparently I do need a hand because I am not functioning. Watch this, watch this. Where'd he spawn? Did he spawn? That's weird. Usually he'll spawn at the nearest point to you. Oh no, did I get him stuck again? Bendy, do you need a hand? Oh man, if he spawns like as soon as I step into this room. Hiding! He might not eat random objects so much as just like accidentally absorbs them into his body because he's made mostly of ink. Because technically speaking, he can't open his mouth. At least not in this model. Bendy has not spawned yet, and I just completed the chopping the cutouts mission, and this has me highly concerned. Oh no, Boris is cowering. That means Bendy has spawned somewhere. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. Stupid spawning invincibility. There's the axe. I almost wish he was. That would be amazing. Okay. Here comes the dangerous part, as I must now face the gauntlet. And if I want the Tommy gun, I gotta not die. The disgusting wretches have wandered my halls, have gone unchecked. They're trying to drag me back into the darkness. Don't let them take your angel. Purge them one by one. Smash them into puddles. Kill them! I've played this a few times. The key to this, I find, is staying on the stairs. Edgar, of course, is always the first. Huge. Barley. And that's why you stay on the stairs, so you can jump over them when they swing at you. Just a little bit of a tip for those of you who might play through this part and struggle. If you stay on the stairs and jump whenever they swing at you, you typically will jump right over their hitbox. It used to be a lot harder. You used to have to fight all of the Butcher Gang twice, and their hitboxes were a lot more janky, so they would hit you from farther away. And they used to be faster as well, so they would come charging up to you, and it would be really difficult to get out of their range. And because I never died, I went through the devil path, and I switched the ink blob to the ink machine. I get the Tommy gun! What? No, I would never shoot Bendy. Even if I could have the Tommy gun whenever he was chasing me. I'm not dealing with you, Norman.
Stay out of his light. If you
Ah. Alright, fine. You used a different emote than what you normally do when you're talking about cake, so it kind of threw me off. I apologize. Whenever I see that emote, my immediate thought is like sneaky intentions rather than anything else. There we go. What answer, Dr. Lethal? Did I miss a question? I'm sorry. Oh, you're Bendy OC. Yeah, I would like to see a sketch. I apologize, Lethal. I was, kind of caught up in a moment there. The maze portion is really hard if you don't have the Tommy gun to get rid of Norman, because he will, every time you pick up an ink heart, it will trigger him to come charging through the maze to come and assault you from literally wherever he might be at. So it doesn't matter if he's like on the other side of the maze. If you pick up an ink heart, he'll come and try to kill you. So it gets really difficult because you have to go hide somewhere every single time you pick up an ink heart. And it's been like that ever since Boris in the Dark Survival was released. Hey, Keelman. Is that how you say your name? Keelman? Or is it Kyleman? I think I'm lost. Oh no. Did I get myself turned around? Oh, hi. Welcome, Zappos. Welcome back. I hope you enjoy the dream. Thank you very much for the follow. Good morning. Welcome. We're doing a little something different. Instead of playing Sonic like I normally would, I am playing some Benny and the Ink Machine, and I am currently lost. I got myself stuck in the maze and I'm all turned around. Where am I? Help! Kyle? Okay. Thank you. I actually know where one of the secrets is. Thank you. Not a normal. Welcome to the dream. I hope you enjoy. I am currently a bit lost at the moment. I'm stuck. I'm lost. Where am I? My goodness. Okay, is this the... I don't know the way. Aha! I found it! You finished the game too? Yeah. I have to. I keep forgetting to actually, like, look for secret messages. Hello? There we go. Okay. There we go. Welcome to the stream, all you visitors. I'm afraid this isn't the most action-packed game that I generally play. I usually play Sonic games, but Bendy and the Ink Machine is one of the few horror games that I've ever actually enjoyed, so it has a special place. And I will occasionally be playing it on stream every now and again. Probably not too regularly. It'll just be something that we come back. Oh no. Bendy spawned somewhere up there. Oh no. You now know how to raid and host, huh? Should I be scared? Alright. Let's take a quick peek at this inky fellow, shall we? Oh, he's cute! I like that, he's cute. I mean, let's be honest. Most characters don't... like, specifically the Toon characters of the time era that this game is based in didn't really have the most creative names.
It seems we've reached the end of my to-do list, my little errand boy. I hope you enjoyed our time together.
I'll always treasure it. Return to the lift. It's time to go home. But before we do that, I want to go up to level 11 real quick and see if I can't find that secret recording from Henry. And I do still have to be careful because Bendy actually can still spawn at this point. There have been times when I was playing through the game and Bendy spawned on, like, level K as I was passing that level in the lift. So, it is entirely possible to still die. Get out of my face! Here we go. The secret recording by Mr. Henry Stein.
Only 2 weeks into this company, and already it's gotten interesting. Joey is a man of ideas. And only ideas. When I agreed to start this whole thing with him, I thought there'd be a little more give and take. Instead, I give, and he takes. I haven't seen him for days now.
Still, someone has to make this happen. When in doubt, just keep drawing, Henry. On the plus side, I've got a new character that I think people are gonna love. I have played this game quite a lot. In fact, I actually have Let's Plays on my YouTube channel if you guys want to go check it out. I have broken this game a lot before. Whether it's getting Bendy stuck in places that he's not really supposed to be able to reach, or getting him stuck in a way that he won't despawn and he just patrols up and down, back and forth on the hallways without despawning. Breaking the autosave so that it just won't save at all. I've never been able to encounter the wandering Bendies, but I've even broken the lift. Bye! I once got to this point where I was supposed to get into the lift, but the doors wouldn't open. The lift was busted and wouldn't let me in, so I had to restart the chapter. Bye, Kyleman. Thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you will stop by again sometime and visit. Until we dream again, my friend. Have a good rest.
Can you really
really think I'll just let you go? No, Henry. I know who you are. And I know why you're here. Then we'll not stop what needs to be done. Now come down and bring me back my Boris! Perfect Boris I've ever seen. And I want it. I need it. And its insides, so I can be beautiful again. Don't you understand? Don't you get it? Give him to me! Or better yet, I'll take him! Once you're dead! I don't even remember how long it's been since the last time I played this game. And I still know all the lines. I don't know if that just says I've played the game too much or if it's just because I love it that much that I can remember it, but I mean, good gravy. Oh, thank goodness. For a hot second there, I thought it was busted and wasn't going to load the next chapter. Oh, that's another one of the game breaks that I had encountered before, was the loading screen between the chapters just wouldn't happen. So it would like soft lock in between the chapters and I would have to quit out of the game and come back in to continue the next chapter.
Definitely something missing here.
Hi, hi. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Man, I remember this moment the first time I played through here. I like froze in the doorway. It was like walking through a cobweb in real life. It gave me chills. Absolutely, Dr. Lethal. I would highly encourage drawing your characters any given chance that you can find.
What the heck is this?
Beefy is what this is. I love it. Barbecue. I actually don't know when they're going to end up releasing it. Largely because the whole COVID thing probably slowed down the production, and also because they're going to be making all the chapters all at once and releasing the whole thing at the same time, unlike before. So it's going to take longer, but
So that's how it works.
if I had to guess, it's probably going to be like somewhere in the fall to the winter, somewhere later this year, because they're going to want to take their time and make sure that everything is of the best possible quality that they can provide. Which is perfectly valid, of course. I wouldn't expect anything less. But, on the other hand, tomorrow, we've got a demo coming out for a very highly anticipated game for me. Balan Wonderworld will be releasing a demo, and I will be absolutely live streaming it. Out of curiosity, who in chat is familiar with Knights? Virus, Dr. Lethal, I already know you both are aware because you've seen me play. Don't worry, I know very well that you are familiar with Knights. You kind of have no choice at this point because you have seen me play and seen you. I have shared with you my passions for Knights. But now we have Not a Normal and Kyleman. we have other visitors now, and honestly, I'm really hyped about that. Always room for more visitors. So who here is excited for Balan Wonderworld? Because I am honestly losing my mind over it. Knights or Balan Wonderworld? They're not a normal? Or both? Both? Ah, well, Nights into Dreams is it's actually a really old game that was re-released on Steam, but it was originally on, I believe, the Dreamcast. And it's a very special, near and dear to my heart kind of game, because they don't make games like that anymore. An interesting thing about Nights is that they appear more in Sonic games than in their own. There's only 2 Nights games. But Nights is a character that commonly reoccurs in cameos in Sonic games. You've probably seen them and just not really been able to encounter them enough to actually, like, identify Nights, the character. Honestly, it's a game that I don't really know how to describe in a way that does justice. Companion Cube. But Nights into Dreams is, well, a game about dreams, as the name might imply. But Nights is a character known as a Nightmarin, is a dream being who is able to dualize with visitors, who are humans who are able to visit the dreams dimension in their sleep. And whenever you dualize with Nights, you take on their form and their abilities, and you're able to go through this dreams dimension and collect the Idia, which are facets of a person's, well, personality.
You were just looking for a little friendly wolf. Better hurry, errand.
Dualize, D-U-A-L-I-S-E, I think, is the word. It's the name for what happens when Nights is able to merge with a visitor. Basically, 2 become 1. It's basically fusion, yes. But instead of combining qualities, the visitor takes on the form and abilities of Nights, the Nightmarin. Oh, that's not creepy at all. But yes, dualizing is the specific term used in Nights for what happens when Nights and a visitor combine their powers. And visitors will dualize with Nights in order to reclaim their Idia and stop the nightmares from destroying the dream world. And the best part about Nights into Dreams, in my opinion, is the fact that there's no dialogue. You get to experience the story and the world all for yourself, and it's not like there's no hand holding, there's no tutorials, no cut scenes that spoon feed you the story. No, it throws you headlong into the deep end, and you experience the whole thing just at your own pace. It's honestly fantastic, and it is actually on Steam. If you want to get the game for yourself and play it and experience Nights into Dreams, I would highly recommend it. You won't regret it. It's honestly kind of disorienting at first, but once you get the hang of the controls and you know what you're doing, It's a lot of fun. And it's a game that to this day I still go back and I'll touch on it every now and again, and it even has that thing where it'll like it has holiday events where like on Halloween it changes the costumes of the characters, and there's even a Christmas event that goes on where you have like a special Christmas stage that you can play on. It's really awesome. I love it to absolute pieces. But like if you go and you look into Knights and you experience it for yourself, you'll understand why it's so important to me. And it's left a huge impact on my channel. Alright, hang on. Let's take a peek at Inky Inks. Ah. Interesting. He certainly looks like an angry boy. I hit the wrong button. Interesting thing about this minigame is that Henry's throwing the balls underhanded. And I can tell that because he throws the hardest at the lowest point when he's like bobbing the ball in his hand like that. You want to hit the trigger at the lowest point to get the best throw. Okay, excellent. We're done. But yeah, so I've given you a rough introduction to Knights. And I would recommend you do some looking into Knights and the appearance they have in Sonic Adventure. Or, you know, better yet, I could just play Sonic Adventure this afternoon and kind of show it off to you there, because I will be streaming again later this afternoon, and you'll be able to see one of the cameos. Ooh, yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about the red points, you know, the red horns and the open rib cage. That's kind of on the brutal side.
Looks like I've got some company up ahead. Without some kind of weapon, I don't stand a chance. There's gotta be a way around them.
Yeah, the Knight's pinball, right? That was actually my first introduction into Knights in general. Because I didn't have a Dreamcast growing up. I went from a Sega Genesis to the GameCube. Wrong button.
That's two.
But the Knights pinball is essentially Knights into Dreams in pinball format. Well, I botched that. There's also Knight's Journey of Dreams, which was for the Wii, but that game, while it's not a bad game, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad game, But it doesn't capture the same charm as the original because it focuses so much more heavily on telling a story, and it has way too many cutscenes and too many spoken dialogues. It holds your hand through the whole thing, and it like spoon feeds you the story. Which, you know, it isn't necessarily a bad thing, but they're trying too hard to logic away the dreams and like explain the abilities, and they limit Knight's shape-shifting to having to have the masks, you know, the personas to be able to transform. Knights didn't originally need masks to transform. So whenever I tell people about Knights, I generally refer them to Knights into Dreams rather than Journey of Dreams, because Into Dreams was, in my opinion, the better game. Which is, you know, kind of to be expected because it was the original, and sequels rarely live up to the original. But, I mean, that's not to say that Journey of Dreams was a bad game, it just wasn't as good. Journey of Dreams, decent. Nights into Dreams, now that was an entirely different experience. Yeah, neither did I. I didn't know about it for a long time. I didn't know about Knights until Sonic Adventure. And then I saw the Knights Pinball, and that was... It left such an imprint on me, just the Knights Pinball alone, that it kind of became like a... I hesitate to use the term ritual, but it became a regular practice for me that every single time I play Sonic Adventure, I have to play the Knights Pinball at least once. Hold on. Bandages. This is my park, my glory. You may think I've gone, but I'm still here. The horns weren't bad, Lethal. I just wasn't sure what to make about the fact that it was colored instead of being black and white. Because being colored red implied blood, which was kind of, you know, on the gory side, and you know, it's just slightly uncomfortable. No, 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 wrong button. Woo! I nearly died. I suppose that does make sense for it to be red ink. Wrong button! I keep going to hit the sprint button, but I'm missing the button and hitting the trigger, which pulls up the seeing tool, which is gonna get me killed. His eyes? Whose eyes? Ah! This is gonna hurt! Ow! Blech. Inky? Well, it's not my character, so I can't explain the eyes. Ah, the wrong button! I do that a lot, apparently. I'm not good at games. I'm good at enjoying games, but not at playing them. Fun fact, you can actually get onto Bertram here. Let me see if it'll let me. No. No. Ow! Ow! Where am I? That's not what I meant when I said I could get on the ride. Woohoo! I don't know how I avoided taking damage there. Well, the thing you gotta remember, Dr. Lethal, is that everything in the studio here is black and white. They didn't have colored ink back in this time. Ah, dadgummit, I'm on the wrong side. Ow! You just punch me in the face? Well, I mean... Thank you for bringing it over here, I suppose. Woohoo! You just whacked me in the face. Oh, now you decide it might be smart to keep these things away from me, huh? And... Boop! Done. Where's the door? Okay, so it's over here. Gotcha. Cool guys don't look at explosions. That's fine, not a non. Or not a normal. I was born and raised in America, and sometimes I don't speak good English, so it's perfectly fine. Hey, Dr. Lethal, what you could have it be instead was that, during the process that brought Inky to life, blood was spilled in the ink, and that's where the red tint came from. It wouldn't really be enough to actually make the ink visibly red, but it would make it to where when light shines, like, on his eyes, or when the light hits him right, it would give him, like, a red overtone. And kind of give the illusion of him having red eyes. So that could be one way you could explain it, is that blood was spilled whenever he was created. So he kind of inherited the red from that. And this is why I'm pretty well convinced that there are multiple projectionists down here. Because I killed Norman. I killed him in Chapter 3. But there's still a projectionist down here. But it's not Norman. I literally killed Norman in Chapter 3. Yeah. No, Norman dies in Chapter 3 if you kill him with the Tommy gun. And you can kill him even without the Tommy gun. So, his death in that chapter is canon. Oh, Lorman. Okay, sorry, I thought that was a typo. Who knows? Honestly, there's no telling. And then this happens. Here's Bendy! something interesting I feel the need to point out here is that Bendy very clearly came left through the wall, right? Hey, Virus. He very clearly left through the wall, but he came in through the door. He busted this door in viscerally to get at the projectionist to save me. He didn't have to do that. He could have used an inky portal to warp through the wall. No, he was in a rush. He didn't have time for portals. He busted down the door. And I think that he did this on purpose so that Henry would be able to get out of the room. Because if Bendy didn't bust down this door, I would not be able to get out. If that's not proof that Bendy is not evil, I don't know what is. He literally saved my life and actively chose to make an escape route for me. Ah, yes. Turn back. Okay. That sign on the wall that says turn back is actually a hint towards a secret in here that, like with the hidden Meatly in this chapter, you can't open it until you have unlocked the next door, but you have to open the next door and then go back before leaving. Kind of like the hidden Meatly, you have to open the door to get out of the area and then turn around and go back to the closet where the Boris poster is. Then once you've done that, you can come back here and open this to get this hidden wheel. I'm not too sure how many people actually know about that secret, but it's one that I know. So I'm glad to share it with you people. Since this game has been out for quite a while, and I'm not really spoiling anything at this point, I don't think. Hey, Choose You. I am on chapter 4 currently. Welcome to the dream. I hope you enjoy. Also, just wanted to point out that the haunted house has eyes that will open up on the rafters up top once you activate the door. As for why Bendy decides to save us from the projectionist there, I personally believe that Bendy is not an evil creature, but that just means that I don't know what he actually wants. I have theories, but considering there's no dialogue, there's no, like, peaceful interactions for me to work with, I don't know, like, if he even has a goal that he's trying to accomplish.
Either you were in someone's pocket, or you were putting someone to you.
Because while a lot of his actions come across as aggressive, if he wanted us dead, we'd be dead, to be perfectly honest.
Beautiful. Surely you can understand that.
And like,
Henry.
Like I was talking about it to Dr. Lethal earlier in the stream, but like Bendy, yeah, he'll yell at you and he'll make what looks like threat displays and he'll come charging at you and drag you into the ink. But then he'll bring you back. Something brings you back from the ink without turning you into a searcher or a cartoon character. Right? And I am convinced that it's Bendy protecting Henry from the influence of the ink. And the only reasoning I can think of for this is the idea that Bendy feels some sort of attachment to Henry because Henry is the one who created him, not Joey. And maybe Bendy can sense that. He senses some sort of connection with Henry, so he's trying to keep Henry alive. If only so he can try to figure out why. But because Bendy doesn't know how to interact with humans, he can't talk, he doesn't know how to actually communicate with us, so he's just trying to protect Henry in the only way he knows how. By, you know, trying to control where Henry is in the studio. Because every time you are brought back from the ink, you're at a Bendy statue, which is usually at the end of a hallway in some secluded area away from the main open rooms. Bendy doesn't go down those corridors to where the Bendy statues are. Neither does the Butcher Gang. So generally, whenever you're at the Bendy statue, if you just stand there, you're not going to be found by something dangerous more often than not. And why would Alice say that specifically? That there would be no ink demon, no escape. That's like implying that Bendy is protecting us. But why would Alice specifically say that? I don't know about you guys, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Unless Bendy is actually not evil, like I've theorized. Because I genuinely think that Bendy is actually a good guy. He's just hurt and confused and unable to communicate with us in ways that we're able to understand. I've also busted this boss fight before as well. Little known tactic is that you can actually kind of preemptively pick up the sludge balls. Woo! Ow! Gravity! Ow! Blech. Yeah, scrambled. Poor Bendy, scrambled as he is, his vocal cords could very well be in his leg, and that might be why his leg doesn't work properly. I don't know. Oh yeah, fun fact about this boss fight is after you die, you can use the seeing tool to see the names of the posters. Daisy. So yeah, these paintings do actually have names, but you can't use the seeing tool in here unless you die first. For whatever reason. Oh hey! Ouch! Criminy! No, 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 no! I'm stuck! I got cornered. Dadgummit. Hanimations? I can't say I'm familiar with that one, but I appreciate the follow there, Chuzu. There is actually an achievement you can get for not dying once through the entirety of the game, but I am definitely not going to be getting it now. Come over here and break this couch for me, will you, buddy? Thank you. Don't touch me. Please and thank you. I actually don't have Sonic 4, so currently I cannot say that I will, but I might at some point. Ouch! Criminy, he launched me onto the organ. I'm dead. Or not. Let me pick it up, let me pick it up. Yeah. Okay. Ow! Woo. Smack. Ow. Okay. I do not. I tend to not play the online games just because I'm more of a casual, and I dislike how toxic those kind of environments usually get. I have no friends to play with anyway. I saw that coming, dadgummit, I knew it! I don't normally have this much trouble. DDLC? What's DDLC? Swing and a miss there, Boris. Oh, Doki Doki Literature. I actually don't usually play horror games. I am admittedly a pansy, and I don't deal with stress very well, which, whoa! Broken physics. Yoink! I typically will avoid playing games that will cause like high levels of stress and or terror, such as horror games or just generally competitive online games. Oh, welcome! Welcome, Switch's Best, to the dream. I hope you enjoy, and I apologize in advance. I am not good at gaming. Give me that. Yes. Okay. But yeah, it's like just a word of advice for people in this boss fight is you can actually pick up. Ow! You can pick up globs of ink even after you've made a weapon to be able to kind of prep the machine for the next one. Ouch! You hurt me! I love Bendy and the Ink Machine. Honestly, even though it's a horror game, this game, it's just... I don't know exactly what it is. Between the art style and the character designs, it somehow it just like it dispels the horror aspect of it. And while yes, this game is very much atmospheric and it definitely gets me still sometimes, I love this game. And I love the characters, and I love how complicated the lore and the world is. I'm a gamer who plays for a story, for characters that I can get invested in, and a world that I can feel like I'm a part of. Which is largely why I tend to avoid, like, online games, because online games get more bogged down between the people playing it. And I'm not a people person. I don't play well with people, I've noticed, because I don't function... my brain doesn't work the same way that other people do. So it's like, if I were to play a game where I have to be on a team with people, it's difficult for me to collaborate properly, I guess. I don't know. It's like, I struggle to play with people. And maybe it's just my lack of, I get social anxiety. I'm not sure if I'm just like introverted or what it is, but I have a hard time interacting with lots of people all at once. But I'm trying to get better. That's why I started streaming, is so that I can start like being able to talk with more people and being able to do stuff with a crowd, you know, with an audience. Be able to talk to people and share passions and
Everyone.
no Switch. I have played this game quite a lot.
Why are you here?
In fact, I do have my previous playthroughs recorded on my YouTube channel if you want to go check it out at some point.
1 minute, we don't even exist.
I have experienced a lot of bugs, and one thing that you guys can expect from me is like, I'm not good at games, but every game that I play will be broken in some way.
Down here, strangers aren't good things. How can we trust you? We don't even know what you are.
My name is Henry. I used to work here.
I'm not sure entirely how I manage it, but every time I play a game, I end up breaking something and finding a random glitch.
But I'm no angel. You go back and rest. We'll talk again later. It's only for a few hours. No need to worry. I won't go far.
I tend to prefer games that are more lighthearted in nature, like, well, Sonic games. So that's more along the lines of what you will be able to expect from me is Sonic games for the most part. But tomorrow, we've got a demo for a new game coming out, and this game I've been so hyped for Balan Wonderworld that I pre-ordered both the Steam version and the Switch version. So when the demo drops tomorrow, I will be live streaming it.
Here.
And I really hope you guys will come along with me for the ride and discover this new game with me. And I also really hope that Balan does well, because I want it to do well. Oh my days, I don't think I've ever been more excited and hopeful for a game in my life. And yeah, well, I'm not good at games, but I am good at enjoying games. And I stream so I can share that enjoyment and help other people find joy, even if they're feeling bad whenever they hop in. Hence my chosen name of Nightlight, as I want to be able to make you guys smile and feel better even in the dark times.
The ink for too long. It can claim you, pull you back. That's how I met Tom.
I was messing with things I shouldn't have been, and he was there.
Why do you call him Tom?
He just seems to respond to it.
Well, I don't think he's very fond of me.
Let me show you something. A
Me?
while back, I was mapping out one of the
Currently,
upper levels
unfortunately,
when noticed
I am
something
limited to
reflecting off
playing
piece
on
of
the
glass.
PC because I do not
I
have
held
an
up the glass,
Elgato or any
looked
kind of
through,
capture card,
and
so I
on the
can't
wall
stream
behind me was a
console
hidden
games yet.
message. Right there, in plain sight.
But that being
So
said,
I kept
it is a
looking
goal of mine.
and found
At
more
some
and
point,
more
I
messages
will be streaming
everywhere in the
console
studio.
games,
But
but
you
that's
can't
a
see them
future
with your
goal for
eyes.
now. First, I have to
Only
reach
through
affiliate,
this.
and I have to actually like have an
Take a look.
audience and.
I don't know who's leaving them, but I think they know how to get out.
So for now, I am
Where does
playing
it all lead
completely
to?
off of my computer,
No
but I
idea.
am actually using a controller
followed
rather
them
than a
for
mouse and
long
keyboard.
Time. Just leads me in circles.
It's a lot easier to control
I
with a
don't think
controller
I meant
because
to
I grew
leave
up
this
playing
place,
console
Henry.
games. So I have this really nice
You are.
blue rock candy Xbox
Alice.
controller that I use.
Please let me out of here.
Tom thinks you're dangerous.
And what do you think?
I think you're the hope I've been waiting for. Go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow will be better.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow will be better. That was really stupid, Tom. Let's see, tomorrow...
Really stupid, Tom. You shouldn't have gone out there. See you.
Tomorrow I will be having a morning stream and an afternoon stream, same as today. And I will be starting... I don't know exactly when the demo will drop. So I won't start the demo for Balan Wonderworld until... Well, until the demo is able to be played. But like, say the demo is released and available to play as soon as it, like, 12:01 in the morning. Even if it's ready to play that early, I won't start a stream until probably about, let's say, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock feels like a good hour for starting. Dark Deception. I have seen that game, and like I said before, I don't deal with stress well. That's the kind of game that gives me bad anxiety. Also, I love the fact that Allison Angel has this halo and a Boris plush underneath here, whereas Tom has the wrench. I just think it's cute. I just have like a central time. Like, for me right now, it is 9:50. Same for you, Switch? Cool. For me, it's, oh wow, you're in the future. Okay, yeah, so you shouldn't have any trouble catching my stream. Lethal is also in the future, but not quite as far as you, Not a Normal. So let's see, Lethal is an hour ahead of me, and Not a Normal is 3 hours ahead of me. Hey, I'm glad to reach anybody who's, you know, able to come in and watch. You guys all seem like great people, and honestly, I'm glad to have the visiting. Good company is better than none.
Sounds like something's stuck in the paddle wheel.
I kind of have this, like, crack theory that the arm in the river is the arm that Tom is missing, the mechanical arm. And, like his arm was cut off and the severed hand fell in the river and got all swollen and mutated into, like, this kind of monster-esque thing. Because it's the same hand as the one that he's missing. So the idea that it's just literally a giant mutated arm kind of answers its existence, since it can't be attached to anything. There's not enough room in the river for there to be an actual larger entity attached to the other end of that arm. I'll be fine. Honestly, I'm kind of desensitized to most of the game that would... It's like the stuff that's spooky and gives you anxiety and such. I'm largely desensitized to most of it just because of how often I've played the game. I'm like Henry at this point. I actually don't know how many times I've played this game. I played it quite a few times. I also managed to break this game quite a few times. In fact, we're coming up on one of my favorite sequences because during this maze portion, well, first we have to get through the gauntlet. The creator lied to us. Liar, liar. Sorry. Betrayed, abandoned. I trusted you. I gave you everything. Left me to rot. Why? Why? Ow. Put your face in my axe. Yep, I saw that coming. It's kind of the frustrating thing about Sammy is that you can't hit him without him hitting you. And because of how frantically he swings, he very often will hit you more than once. Ow! Stop it! Get off of me! Maybe because you're a psychopath. Interesting thing about this sequence is that for some reason it's implied that Sammy has mistaken Henry for Bendy at this point. Ow! My goodness. So it's implied that Sammy has mistaken Henry for Bendy. Whoa! What was that turnaround? The camera just kind of had a spaz there, huh? Hold on, did we just see Tom come out of the ground there? I think it's implied that Henry is like slowly turning into Bendy. Like so little by little that Henry hasn't noticed. But I think it's just because Sammy's deranged, to be perfectly honest.
That was close. You're lucky we were in the neighborhood.
Was that him?
I don't think so. The searchers and the lost ones built this place. Sammy must have been keeping them at bay. Now that he's gone. Looks like we're in for a fight. Get ready. Watch out! Here they come!
It is entirely possible to win this fight and just let her and Tom do all the fighting. But that takes a while because they don't deal a whole lot of damage. Ah! Ow! Rude. Ah, I see you are approaching me.
Never seen this many before.
I'm not an achievement hunter. Ow! What was that range? Get out of my face.
Away from me.
I feel like the lost ones are worthy of memes. Because they just kind of saunter up to you. Ow!
You can do this. Keep fighting.
Ow! Stop it. They like spawn behind me. I love the sass when these guys walk. I don't really have a whole lot of opportunity to be reading there, Dr. Lethal. Boop. Boop. Ah! No hugs. Take a bath. I need to get down off the stage, because that's where the minor hat searchers spawn. Ow. Ow! Who's on me? Rude! I have. Ah! There's someone behind me! Who's behind me?
Get away from me.
I hit you! I am sorry. What?
You can do this. Keep fighting.
I will try. I'm getting mobbed. I am soaking wet. Who's behind me? Okay. Ah! Ow! I am very glad there's no friendly fire. Ow! Who's behind me? I hit you twice! Why aren't you dead? Okay. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I will survive. Keep on surviving. Okay.
I think that's all of them.
Really? I
Never know
died
where they're gonna
at the
fall out
same
next.
time as the final guy.
Probably best if we stay together for
I was the final boss.
Henry? Can you lead the way?
That's funny. Hi, welcome to the dream. I hope you enjoy. I managed to break the game again, and I died at the same time as the final enemy, I guess. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. Our hitboxes overlapped somehow, I guess. Actually, oh, welcome! Thank you very much for the follow. That is greatly appreciated. Yes, I did read that, Dr. Lethal.
Now that's interesting.
Now, there's an interesting thing that I like to do with this particular area that I'm not sure how many people actually know about.
Not these guys again. I better stay out of sight.
Meh. Hit me, he says. But your gang is pathetic. So, fun fact about the little globs of ink. They stay in your hand. Ta-da! Speedrunning. I could go ahead and make a pipe, but here's the thing. Bendy will spawn as soon as I make the first pipe. So, what I like to do is I like to get all the Butcher Gang members, and I like to lure them over there so that whenever Bendy spawns, he kills them. And then I don't have to worry about them anymore. Hit me! Oi, where's Barley? Barley, where you at, mate? There you are! Oi, matey! Oh, what spawns in the broken wall? Okay, the tricky part here is actually surviving. Yep, there we go. Yes, thank you, Bendy. See, Bendy is actually walking by up there. Hi. For the most part, I generally will play Sonic games. Although I do also play, like, let's see. I have played... I'm trying to think of games that I can play on the computer. Oh, hey, I managed to do that without breaking my game this time. Sweet. Last time I did that thing where I killed all 3 of the Butcher Gang with Bendy's aura. I would say go for it there, Dr. Lethal. Sometimes drawing it out is is really helpful for developing a story and for the characters. But yeah, Switch, honestly, I play a pretty wide variety of games. I dabble a little bit in Animal Crossing every now and again. I play Sonic. I also have played some Pokemon, Mario, Legend of Zelda. Let's see, we had Crystal Chronicles for the GameCube. That was one of the games that that we all played together, my family and I. It's like, for me, the biggest influence on my childhood, as far as video games, has been Sonic and Knights. I think of the two as a single topic, because I'm pretty well convinced that Knights and Sonic take place in the same universe. Like, yeah, Knights is in the Dreams dimension, but I'm pretty sure... Aw, thank you, Alex. Or... Alajax? I'm not entirely sure how to say your name, so I apologize. I'm probably butchering it, but... I appreciate the comment. I'm hoping that I will be able to reach affiliate soon, and then once that happens and I'm able to have a sort of an income doing my streaming, I want to be a full-time streamer, and then I can get myself a capture card, and I'll be able to play even more games for you guys. And I'll be able to play games like Breath of the Wild, or Sonic 06 and Sonic Unleashed. And I'll be honest, Breath of the Wild is easily, by far, my favorite Legend of Zelda games right now. Just because it's so open world, and honestly, it's the biggest game in that aspect that I've ever played. Especially in Legend of Zelda, considering that in Breath of the Wild, if you're skilled enough a player, you can go straight from the tutorial area to the final boss and still win the game. It is possible to win the game straight out of the starting area. It's incredible. I could, but for horror games, I'm gonna have to make that a donation goal kind of thing, because horror games are gonna be if I could speak, it would be fantastic. Horror games are gonna have to be donation goal kind of things, where the chat is gonna have to like pay en masse to demand that I play those games, because I don't do horror very well. The only reason I'm able to play Bendy at all is because it's really not that scary once you get used to it.
What the heck is this?
Oh yeah, remember what I mentioned earlier about breaking the game at this point? This is what I meant. Because now that I've picked up this ink blob, I can't put it down, so it's going to stay with me for the entire rest of the game. Because now that I've made the pipes, I can't use this ink maker anymore. So it won't let me put down this ink blob. This is my friend now. This little glob of thick ink is going to stay, and it'll stay all the way through the credit sequence. Oh! I apparently have not touched that record player before. I just got 2 achievements at the same time. Well. Something new every day, huh? Also, don't worry, Alex. I'm still not entirely sure how to pronounce your name, but... Is it Alajax? Alahax? I apologize. I'm probably mispronouncing it horribly. But I can barely speak English myself half the time, so I don't mind when other people struggle. I understand when other people struggle. English sucks sometimes.
Looks like whatever was here was taken long ago.
How did you get down here?
It pays to carry a rope.
Elijah?
We should try.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Look, I know where we have to go.
Elijah?
But it's not going to be pleasant. The demon has something that we need.
Can I just call you Al?
I'm going after him.
You want to go to his lair? Are you crazy? That's death.
Like,
That's where the trail seems to lead.
it saddens me when I can't figure out how to pronounce people's names, because I like talking with you guys, and
Probably through that door.
you've been saying nice things to me, so I want to be able to talk to you because I appreciate it a lot.
Some kind of counterbalance. Huh.
Well, that works too, I guess. And this is where things start to get a little bit trippy.
Here's my old desk. I wasted so much time in this chair.
But you can tell it's not the same desk as from Chapter 1 because it doesn't have the hidden print on it. Oh yeah! I completely forgot to check out you two. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the dream. I really do appreciate you visitors and you guys hanging out with me and sharing this adventure. It really does mean a lot. I know I'm not the best streamer on Twitch. Oh, they're seeing blob. I love when that happens when the camera zooms. Oh. I know I'm not the best gamer. I'm not the best commentator. I'm not... there's plenty of people who are more experienced and more than likely a lot more entertaining. But I'm trying... I just want to be here for people to have fun with and to be able to make you guys smile when otherwise you might not be able to.
I don't even know what I'm doing here.
So when you guys tell me that you enjoy my content and that you like hanging out with me and that you... well, that you like me, it means a lot because it tells me I'm doing it right and that's...
It's time.
Honestly, it feels good. I like being able to make people happy. And mushy and cheesy as that all sounds and whatnot, that's just genuinely how I feel. Oh, thank you. I try. I really do try. Hey, Jester! I love that they threw this in as kind of like an homage to the mobile game Bendy Run. But yeah, so it's like I'm not good at games. And you'll probably hear me say that a lot. I'm not good at games. But I'm good at enjoying games. And that's what I'm here to share, is to share my passions and to have fun playing the games that I love. Because when I'm having fun, it's easier for you guys to have fun being with me because joy is contagious. And honestly, I play games to have fun because it's more fun to choose to like a game than it is to pick out the things that are wrong with it.
A lump of clay can turn to meaning if you strangle it with enough enthusiasm. Look what we've done. We created life itself, Henry. Not just on a silver screen, but in the hearts of those we entertain with our
fancy moving pictures. When the tickets stopped selling, when the next big thing came along, nothing but the monsters remained. Shadows of the past. But you can save them, Henry. You can peel it all away. You see, there's only one thing Bendy has never known. He was there for his beginning, and he's never seen the end. You know, it's ironic, really, because he has seen the end. He's seen this end reel countless times because the time loop keeps starting over. So what that tells me is that this is not the right end. This is not the good end that we need to achieve to break the cycle. Oh look, I still have my companion blob. If I stand right here, I am perfectly safe. Fun fact about this little sequence is that he literally cannot touch you if you hug the walls. So as long as you like pay attention to when he's spawning where, it's very easy to avoid him. Hey, Dr. Lethal, welcome. I would say more than likely yes, just because the studio is like stupidly enormous, and I'm pretty sure Henry doesn't explore the entire thing. Hey, buddy. And I believe that's the final switch. Yep. There we go. It's going down, 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 down. Man, I remember growing up. Where do I play? Are you referring to me, Elijah? I still feel like I'm saying that wrong. Henry, did you just tuck and roll? Entirely sure what's going on at this point. Whoop! Hi, 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 hi. You already hit that one. No, I don't think he would. There, Dr. Lethal. I'm pretty sure he would just, like, obsessively keep pushing with Bendy. And there's the end. And my ink blob is still in hand. Now here's the thing, okay? So you can't see it anymore, but if you listen, you'll still hear it. You hear it? The squishy, gooey sounds of the ink blob. It's still there. It's in my pocket. Various concepts.
Henry, so soon. I didn't expect you for another hour yet.
Goodness, I wish I could punch you in the face. Like when he turns around and he comes over and leans on the counter, I wish Henry would just lean over and slug him right in the nose. That's what I would do after all the garbage that this guy puts me through, and all my tunes and all my friends.
I thought I knew who I was, but the success
starved me. Nothing left but lines on a page.
In the
end, we followed two different roads of our own making. You, a lovely family. Me, a crooked empire. And my road burned. Now our creations become my life. The truth is, you were always so good at pushing, old friend. Pushing me to do the right thing. You should have pushed a little harder. Henry, come back to the old bookshop. There's something I need to show you.
All right, Joey. I'm here. Let's see if we can find what you wanted me to see.
You see, the thing is, And in chapter 1, on that big sign with like the logo of Joey Drew's Studios, if you use the seeing tool on that, the hidden message says Joey drew nothing, which implies that Joey had nothing to do with any of the animation practice that was going on in the studio. He didn't draw the characters, he didn't animate anything. He was just, you know, the guy who gave directions, you know? So he would have relied so much on Henry to do all of the drawing and all of the animations, which is why Henry had to leave, because it was taking up every moment of his life. He couldn't spend it with his family. He couldn't, you know, do anything other than just work his hands off. And that's no kind of life. And if you listen, that ink blob is still there in my pocket. And yeah, Dr. Lethal, a picture of Inky could be one of the concepts on that table there. But yeah, I love the fact that I can break the game so bad that it's like one of the collectible items that's supposed to be used and then left behind in Chapter 5. I can just stick it in my pocket and carry it with me through the credits sequence and the whole 9 yards. And I discovered this by complete accident during one of my earlier playthroughs of the game, because I had lost track of how many pipes that I had made. And then I went back to find the hidden Meatly. And since the hidden Meatly is right next to Joey's office, and I was passing by Joey's office just by force of habit at that point because I'd played through the maze chapter so many times, I just kind of reflexively picked up one of the ink blobs on my way by. And I'm like, oh, I don't need this. So I tried to put it in the ink maker, but I couldn't use the ink maker anymore because I didn't need it anymore. I already had made all the pipes. So I discovered that the ink blobs just stay in your hand. And it's funny. Honestly, I kind of want to like come up with a name for it. Cause like it's a small like companion type. Hey. Now I can't name it Blooper because that's a thing from Mario, but it's a small handheld companion type thing, right? Kind of like Stefano from PewDiePie, or Tiny Box Tim with Markiplier. It's just one of those things that it just happened, and then it stuck, and it kind of has become like a recurring thing for me. Because like every time I play this game, I go out of my way to pick up that ink blob and take it with me through the final chapter. It's not necessary by any means, but I do it anyway. Kind of like in Sonic Adventure, every time I play that game, I have to play the Knight's Pinball. Because that's a thing that I do. Kind of disappointed that I can't use the seeing tool in here, but you know, oh well. I do love the fact that I get my own pedestal that I can stand on. And you do actually get an achievement when you're playing this game, if you stand on this pedestal here for a few seconds, it'll actually give you an achievement. That's not a bad idea, Dr. Lethal. You could have it be like where that lost episode is playing on the projectors down in Norman's domain, in the maze in chapter 3. Bird poop with a smile. Honestly, I really like this design. He's really cool. And he's really good at startling you whenever he jumps out of the walls and just appears out of nowhere. I was like, I can't say I'm really scared of him anymore, but I definitely feel it whenever he is present. Hey, not a normal. Welcome back. No, that's alright. I understand. I did, yes. I think you missed the ending where I carried an ink blob through all the credit sequence and everything. But I will be archiving this the stream on my YouTube channel like I have with all my other ones. So and it'll stay on my channel for a few days still as well. So if you wanted to go back and see it, you will be able to rewind and watch through some of my my past broadcasts and whatnot. I love how dramatically Sammy changed between the 4th chapter and the 5th chapter, though. Because, like, this is what he looked like prior to Chapter 5's release. This is how he looked in Chapter 5. In the Chapter 5 update. Dude found himself some shoes and got ripped. Not gonna lie, I kind of miss the melted feet of his original design. But he definitely looks better with a full rig here. My only disappointment for the rest of this is that there's no descriptions for these figures here. For the 2 Allisons and, well, the 2 Angels, I suppose, and Tom. Okay. Bertram's head. And of course the Butcher Gang. This is one thing that I did find interesting the first time I played through. Yeah, it was like they updated his model and they fully animated that cutscene where he tries to sacrifice you. Instead of him just standing there monologuing in your face, he actually gestures and actually talks with, like, body language and the whole 9 yards. It was fantastic. I love what they did with Sammy. And I was fascinated to learn that they made the corrupted Butcher Gang first and then reverse engineered it to a family-friendly cartoon version for, like, for what they would have appeared like in the actual cartoons. This was all fascinating stuff whenever it first came out. And it's still amazing to me. And, like, the game would have been so much scarier if this had been the monster. You know? Like, Imagine this, but like the size of, you know, let's say about like 3 feet tall or so. I do not have cats, not anymore. But we did have cats at one point. Unfortunately, my cat has passed away. We're not entirely sure what the exact cause was, but we've not had any pets since Jaeger, our cat. It's been a couple years. But I do remember our pets fondly, so I don't regret losing them. That being said, I have been streaming for nearly 5 hours. I need to take a break. Maybe get some rest and maybe have some food. I've had a blast, you guys. And I will be back this afternoon. I will be streaming again at about 6 o'clock this afternoon. And we'll be playing through Sonic Adventure. And I look forward to seeing you all again. Oh, that's right! You guys are in the future, so let's see. 6 o'clock in the afternoon for me. Oh goodness, that'll be like nearly 10 o'clock for you, won't it? Well, big reason why I stream so late is because I am, for the most part, nocturnal, but I try to stream during daylight hours so that I can have, so that daytime people can reach me. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed. It was a pleasure to meet you guys and to be able to hang out and share my experience with Bendy and the Ink Machine. And hopefully you guys will come back tomorrow for whenever I'm discovering Balan for the first time. God, I cannot wait for that game. Oh, it makes me so happy just thinking about it. But for now, it is time for us to return to our daily and or nightly lives. So until we dream again, my friends, good rest and Adima. Honestly, it's been a blast and a pleasure. I love you guys. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. I will see you this afternoon.